Good evening. My name is Marcos Breton. I'm a columnist for the Sacramento Bee, and tonight I will be your host for our live election 2020 program. It is a pleasure to be with you this evening. It's certainly under unusual circumstances. Let me just forgive me for 1 second while I get to my page. All right, why don't we set the stage here? At this point, I feel I need to pause and acknowledge the unusual circumstances that have made this election different from others in recent memory. It begins with where I'm sitting right now. I'm coming to you remotely from my home. As a newsroom, the Sacramento Bee has been operating remotely because of COVID-19 for almost 8 months, since mid-March. In 30 years of working at the Bee, this is my 16th election night, and the very first where Bee journalists have not gathered at our beautiful old former headquarters at the corner of 21st and Q Streets. I miss everyday contact with my colleagues a great deal, and I miss the energy and anticipation of election night at the newsroom, which is like prom night for journalism and political geeks. We've all felt the impacts of this pandemic and the anxiety that this pandemic has created. So let's take a deep breath. Saying this to myself as well. We may not be physically together, but we're still a community. And tonight, with the help of our panelists, we will seek to help make you make sense of all this. For the next 4 hours, plus at the top of every hour between now and 10 p.m., we will interview journalists who have been on the front lines of covering this election. Our reporters will talk about the challenges to the voting process itself and how the state of California has responded to them. We will cover the most controversial state initiatives on the ballot for you to consider. We will be joined not once, but twice by my dear friend, Jack Oman, the Pulitzer Prize-winning editorial cartoonist for the Sacramento Bee. We will discuss the effort to empower the mayor of Sacramento with unprecedented authority, the fight to control rising rents in Sacramento, and key races of the Sacramento City Council. Our panelists will talk about affirmative action on the ballot and the influence of big tech in California politics. Then at 10:30 p.m., I will talk to Mayor Del Steinberg in a live discussion that will be available to Bee subscribers only. But don't worry, you have time to subscribe between then and now. My talk with the mayor, by which time we should have some idea if he has won a big victory tonight or not, will be well worth your time. And of course, we will bring you the news throughout the evening. So let's begin. We are now joined by Sophia Bolag, who covers California politics and government. Before joining the Bee, Sophia reported in Sacramento for the Associated Press and the Los Angeles Times. Sophia grew up in California and is a graduate of Northwestern University. Sophia, welcome to the program.
Hi, Marcos. How are you?
Good. So Proposition 15 has been very controversial. Anytime you start talking about changing how property taxes are assessed in California, it becomes a heated issue. Can you tell us what Prop 15 would do if enacted and why people oppose it?
Yeah, absolutely. So Proposition 15 is one of the 12 initiatives or ballot measures that are on Californians' ballots this election. And essentially, to understand what Prop 15 would do, it's a property tax measure. It would affect business property taxes. And to really understand what 15 would do, you kind of have to go back to 1978 to another famous ballot measure, Prop 13, which really basically completely overhauled the way property taxes are assessed in California. Essentially, under Prop 13, which is that measure from 1978, all property in California, from homes to businesses to farms, all of it is taxed based on the value at purchase. So basically, whatever you paid for, if you're a business owner, for your storefront or whatever property you have, if you're a homeowner, whatever you paid for your home, it's all based on what you paid for it, the property taxes that you end up having to pay every year. In terms of what 15 would do, 15 would change that for large businesses that have more than $3 million in commercial or industrial property. It wouldn't have any effect on residential property, so there's going to be no effect for homeowners or owners of buildings that are, just apartment buildings. But for businesses that are over that $3 million threshold, their property taxes would be assessed based on their current market value. So basically what they could sell those properties for today. And that would be a pretty big tax increase for a lot of businesses in California that have owned their properties for a long time and have had those rates really fairly low because of it. If you bought your property, for example, back in the 80s, when property rates were much lower, property values were much lower, under Prop 15, you would see a pretty big tax increase.
So let's give people some historical context here. Now, I've been in this business for a long time, and you talked about Proposition 13, and I feel like for as long as I have been a journalist, people have talked about repealing or reforming Proposition 13, and the anti-tax advocates have pushed back just as hard in the other direction. In fact, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association calls Prop 15, quote, the long-awaited attack on Proposition 13. Is there a recognition that Prop 15 could be the first step toward attempting to undo Prop 13?
Well, Proposition 15 would undo part of Prop 13. It's sometimes called the split roll measure, and that's because it would split property tax rolls into two rolls, essentially. One for those businesses that I mentioned that are over that $3 million in commercial and industrial property threshold. And the other would be for everybody else, businesses that are under that threshold, small businesses. Farmland would also be exempt, as would residential property. And so the opposition campaign has really tried to frame this measure as an attack on Prop 15. And the most popular part of Prop 15, of Prop 13, the measure from the 70s, is the part about residential property and keeping property taxes on homes relatively low. This measure wouldn't do anything about that. If voters later wanted to change that, it would have to go back to another vote of the people. So that's really not what 15 would do, but that is something that the opposition has brought up quite frequently.
So opponents of Prop 15 say it will hurt more than just large properties owners or corporations. They say it will hurt small property owners as well. How so?
Yeah, so when the opponents say that this is going to hurt small businesses, which is something, by the way, that the supporters vehemently disagree with. They say small businesses are totally exempt. But the argument that the opponents are making is that many small businesses are actually renters. They don't own their own property. And so if you're a small business renter, but you rent your space from a larger business that falls over that $3 million threshold, the building that you're in, that you're renting space in, might see higher property taxes. And the way that a lot of small business leases are written, those taxes could be passed on to those businesses. Now, the supporters would note that there is a delayed implementation for buildings that mostly rent out their space to small businesses. So those buildings get a little bit more time to implement this law, or before this law would essentially have an effect on them. And supporters argue that will give all these small businesses that could possibly be affected enough time to renegotiate those leases so they don't see an increase. Independent experts that I've talked to have basically said that the truth is somewhere in between what the two campaigns say, that there will be some effect on small businesses. It's too early to say how big of an effect that would be. And certainly this isn't a case where all of the costs would be passed along to small businesses, but it would really be it would really depend on the market that individual businesses are in terms of the area that they're in the state, and also what type of business they are, how difficult it is, how costly it would be to move, and whether there are other, options for those small businesses, other buildings where they could rent space.
So building off that last point you made, it'll be helpful, I think, for our viewers to describe, if this passed, how would it be phased in? If you could cover that part, please.
Yeah, so essentially, the phase-in is really for those businesses those buildings that mostly house small businesses. So essentially, this measure would be phased in over a few years if it's enacted, and there actually probably wouldn't be fully realized revenue from this measure until about 2025. So it would be a few years before it's fully implemented.
And how would the revenue be distributed, and over what period of time?
Yeah, so once the revenue starts coming in, first of all, it would go to sort of backfill costs for assessors' offices and, sort of beefing up the bureaucracy that would be needed to implement this. Essentially, this is going to be a heavy lift on the assessors' offices, and they're going to have to hire more assessors basically to do these more frequent property value assessments. But after that, the money would go to schools and local governments. And supporters argue that, those are entities, especially during the recession, who really could use the extra money. And we're talking about billions of dollars here. When this is fully implemented, the Nonpartisan Legislative Analyst's Office predicts that the revenue will be in the many billions, like between 6 billion to 11 billion for schools and local governments.
And this can be a confusing issue, but I think it would help to explain how you mentioned it at the top of your conversation, but I want to go over that part again in terms of the benefits that landowners who have owned their property for a long time, the benefits that they have over their neighbors who bought more recently. It's not insignificant, correct? It's quite a significant difference.
Yes, it can be. It really depends on the business and how long they've owned property. So I think I mentioned earlier this hypothetical example of a business that's owned its property since the 80s. Property values in California have really escalated quite a bit over the last 30 years or so. And so if you're a business who has owned your property for decades, you would see a really significant tax increase here. If you're a business that just bought your property last year, you're not really going to see an increase because you're already paying, pretty close to what the market rate for your property is.
Let's talk about who were the major opponents of Prop 15.
Yeah, so the opponents are mostly business groups, and the campaign is largely funded by real estate companies. Essentially, business groups, the ones who would be taxed at a higher rate, are the ones who are opposing it.
Yes, I can imagine. And so, is there a feeling that? Well, first of all, and you said, is there a 50-50 split between local governments and schools? Is it different than that? In terms of how the money would be split, and we should say too, what's the estimate in terms of how much money it would be if it were enacted? Yeah,
so it's actually a 40-60 split. And in terms of the amount of money, it's like I said, the Legislative Analyst's Office predicts that there would be roughly $6 million to $11 million.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, billion.
Yes. No, it's a significant amount of money. And is there a feeling that if Proposition 15 passes, that the next frontier will be assessing residential properties the next time?
I haven't seen polling that's shown that there's any real appetite for that among the electorate. The provisions of Prop 13 that keep home property taxes low, so residential property taxes, those are pretty popular in California right now. And I'm not sure that there would be an appetite for that among voters. So even though that's something that the opposition campaign talks about quite a bit, there's not necessarily, any evidence that that's something that would fly with the electorate.
And before we go, the major proponents of the and who they were.
Yeah, so this the measure was put on the ballot largely by unions. The California Teachers Association, last I checked, was the biggest donor. The SEIU, another major union that represents a lot of local government workers, is also a major donor. And then the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which is the philanthropic organization created by the founder of Facebook. They've also, they're one of the biggest donors to this effort.
Fantastic, fantastic. Sophia, thank you for your insights and for your outstanding work during the campaign. And I'm sure you have a lot to do, so we will let you get back to work. And for the rest of us, we're off to a great start. The polls are still open, and the outcome of this election is still very much in play. Remember that we will return at the top of the hour at 7 p.m., where we will discuss how voting in this election has been different than others in recent memory. B journalist Lara Cordy will join us then, and we hope you will as well. Bye for now. Welcome back. This is Marcos Pretona, the Sacramento Bee, and your host for our live election 2020 program. Along with this segment, we will be with you at the top of the hour at 8, 9, and 10 to discuss the issues and races of this hugely consequential election. At 10:30 p.m., we will do a live interview with Sacramento Mayor Darrell Steinberg that will be available to Bee subscribers only. And yes, we are including information that you can access to subscribe so that you can view our interview with Mayor Steinberg tonight and support local journalism in your community for the long haul. Along with these interviews, we will connect twice with Jack Owen, the Pulitzer Prize-winning editorial cartoonist with the Bee. Meanwhile, the polls are open in California until 8 p.m. And so if you haven't already, please vote. Okay, so let's carry on with the program, introducing Laura Cordy. She is the California politics reporter for the Sacramento Bee and has been covering voter issues and voter turnout during the 2020 election. Welcome, Laura.
Marco, it's good to be here.
So it's safe to say that voting in this election has been a big story. Can you tell us why there has been so much anxiety about this vote?
Well, we know that from studies and experts that Californians are particularly anxious about whether the American people will respect the outcome of the vote. And a lot has changed this year with the coronavirus. In California in particular, a lot about how we conduct elections has changed from the amount of time that elections officials can process ballots to the fact that every registered voter received a mail-in ballot this year. But there definitely is some unease around voting. A report from UC Berkeley's Institute of Governmental Studies last month actually found that 4 out of every 10 voters remain skeptical that the election will be conducted in a way that's fair and open. We know that about half of Californians aren't confident in mailing their ballots. There's also some reports of anxiety about what will happen after tonight. UC Berkeley also found that nearly 9 in 10 Californians agreed with the statement, "I worry that Americans will not respect the outcome of this year's presidential election." So we know that there's evidence that there is anxiety, but I think that election officials and state officials have worked hard to reassure people that the process is safe and reliable.
So how does California differ from, say, Pennsylvania, which is considered to be a far more consequential state to the presidential election?
Well, apart from the fact that California is just a lot more democratic than Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is also going to take a little bit longer time to get those votes counted. California has had 29 days up to now to process all the mail ballots that are coming in. Now, process isn't the same as counting them. Processing is when you check to make sure the signatures match. You take them out of the envelope, you prepare them for counting. So as soon as the polls close tonight, California election officials will be able to count all those votes that have already come in. And as of today, we know that about 12 million people cast their ballots early. So Pennsylvania doesn't have that same luxury of time, essentially. They can only start processing ballots after a poll's closed tonight. So I was speaking with an election expert at Suffolk University in Boston, and she actually said that it could take up to Friday for Pennsylvania to have that full tabulation. So that's why there's a lot of concern about making sure people know that it's okay to not know the answers right away. Pennsylvania might take a couple of days to have final results.
Yeah, the mind swims at the possibility of that. I mean, personally, I voted weeks ago. In fact, I voted the same day I got my ballot, which I had never done before. I even dropped it off at a sanctioned drop box near where I live. But what about the people who are voting today? What do we know about the voting affiliations of those who are voting today? And what is the sense of how they will impact the final results?
Yeah, so election experts tell me that Republicans are more likely to vote in person today on election day than Democrats. The people who have voted early, voted by mail, tend to be more Democrats, in California at least. And so the first results that we're going to see come in today are going to be the ones that have been processed, the ones that have been sent in early, those mail ballots I was talking about earlier. And because of that, you're likely to see the first results at 8:01, 8:15 lean more Democratic. But election experts tell me it's very important that we don't, we can continue to look at the results as they come in, because the day of votes, the ones that are cast today, which are more likely to be cast by Republicans, aren't going to start showing up in our tabulations until around 9 p.m. Or later into the night. And so that might not affect all races, but in some races where there's a very close margin, the results of those different waves of votes coming in could change the outcome. So it's important to keep that in mind as we're watching results come in.
So how much are we going to know tonight about races in California, for example? What should we expect to know? And are we going to have to wait on races in California as well?
It all depends on how close the races are, obviously. Every election voting politics expert I've talked to is confident that we'll know whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden wins California tonight. It's no secret Joe Biden is speculated to win. I don't think that's a big reach to say. Actually, there was a recent poll that found Biden was 36 points ahead of Donald Trump in California, which, if that's borne out, will be the biggest victory margin for a presidential candidate in California since 1920, I believe. And it'd be the biggest margin for a Democrat, period, in the history of the state. So we'll know very quickly. Somebody joked to me that they expect CNN to call California for Biden at 8:01 after polls close. But races that are close will take some time to call for the reasons that I talked about earlier. There's going to be different waves of different types of votes coming in as we see them counted. So if there's a race that's fluctuating back and forth, that's very tight, it's going to take some time for us to know the results, simply because we need to have all those votes in.
And I want to make sure I understand, because you might be exposing my great ignorance. But my voting early, and I got the text like a lot of people did that my ballot had been accepted. Again, things that I never did before. But I wondered if, since so many votes were coming in early, that they would start counting early. But what you're saying is that they don't start counting until the polls close in California.
That's correct. They would have processed your ballot, which means that they would have taken it out of the envelope. They would have looked at the signature. If your signature didn't match, they would have contacted you and said, "Hey, Marcos, why does your signature look so much different?" And you would have said, "Oh, I had too much coffee that morning, so let me fix that. I was shaky, I was nervous, I was in a rush." So that's all the stuff that has happened in the past 29 days, but they can't count it until after 8 p.m. But it just makes it easier to count, if that makes sense.
Do we have a sense in terms of how the percentage of the electorate will be ready to count, like right at 8:01 p.m. tonight?
So the latest numbers from Political Data, which is a Sacramento-based political consulting firm that tracks the voter turnout, they reported that 13 million ballots had been turned in today before, I believe that they sent that out at 5:30 p.m. And by the start of this morning, by yesterday, there were 11 to 12 million ballots. That's a huge number for early ballots to be turned in. Paul Mitchell at Political Data predicts that total turnout could be somewhere between 17.5 million, which would be the highest in California history.
Wow.
It's going to be significant. And we know that those 13 million ballots that are in tonight represent about 60% of all eligible voters. So turnout could potentially be huge, but there's a lot of votes banked as of right now that could be counted.
So, I mean, it's just an observation on my part. It doesn't require an answer, but just observing the election, so much of it is couched in intrigue and concern, and yet it seems like almost across the board that people are voting. And I can remember covering elections for the Bee 20 years ago, where we lamented the low percentages of voters. And it's like we've kind of buried the lead in a sense that, I mean, Californians are going to vote like never before. Isn't that true?
That's what some people are saying. That's what the predictions are, certainly. And why exactly that is, a lot of people have different answers for. We may not know for sure until the turnout is finalized, which could take a couple of weeks. We won't have really solid data about demographics like age and race and ethnicity until probably around January. But certainly people say that this is something to watch. This is something that's phenomenal. This is something that's significant. And it can be attributed to a number of things, whether it be just the contentious election itself. In California, there have been studies that supporters of Joe Biden tend to be more focused about getting Donald Trump out of office than actually supporting Joe Biden. So that's one thing. And then just anxiety around making sure a vote counts during a pandemic. Some experts have expressed to me that that is definitely a motivating factor. Making sure that ballot gets in early, making sure it gets counted, definitely motivating people.
Did some of the experts you speak to, did they illuminate some of the concerns? In other words, were people concerned that there would actually be nefarious things that would happen to their vote? Was it that explicit, or were there other concerns that people had?
Experts have consistently over the past couple of weeks said that they have confidence in the vote by mail system, in the electoral system. I don't believe that's the issue. The issue has been trying to dispel people's fear around the voting systems, if that makes sense.
It does. And I wonder if, well, I'll speak for myself. So I have never, ever voted the same day my ballot arrived. And I if I'm honest, I think I had read news stories about the U.S. mail and concerns about the U.S. mail. And so I took that dang ballot and I dropped it myself because I wanted to see it go in. And as it turns out, I'm going to tell myself now, as it turns out, I put it in the wrong box. I put it in a common box. And thankfully, it was at my supermarket. And the lady who worked there knew me. And she pulled it out. And as it turned out, I had not put my signature on it. And so I was able to, she saved me. And then I was able to put it in the right. But all of that craziness occurred and because obviously I didn't have any confidence in the U.S. mail. And I want, again, I don't need to have you answer questions that make you feel uncomfortable. But I wonder how much, it'll take us a while to learn, but I wonder how much concerns about the U.S. mail played in people rushing to drop off their ballots instead of mailing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a factor. How much it factors in, I don't think that people know at this point.
Yeah.
But again, the USPS, especially in California, has said that they are ready and able to take care of these mail ballots. Another thing that the lawmakers in California tried to do to reassure voters is they extended the period of time that a ballot can arrive at the elections office. So in previous years, ballots had up until 3 days after Election Day to get to the elections office, which meant that, if the mail was running slow for whatever reason, if it was there 3 days after, you were good. They've extended that to 17 days because there were actually a lot of ballots in the primaries that couldn't be counted because they arrived after that 3-day window. So now at 17 days, there's hope that that will buffer any sort of delay or bottleneck that the mail experiences. But again, there are different methods. You don't have to mail it back. You can drop it off in a drop box. You can walk right up to a voting center and hand it into the person. There are ways other than the mail to do it. So there are other options for people who aren't confident in vote by mail.
I used to love to vote at polling places, and I began voting in the early 80s and through the 90s and always would go to my polling place. I think the last time I did was in the early 2000s, and ever since then, I voted by mail. How big of a piece of the electorate are voting today at a polling place or a polling center, as they call them?
That's a good question. We don't quite know. That's the thing that is going to be really phenomenal to watch, because we have had such a high number of voters turn in those ballots early. They still expect to see a high number of voters at the polls, at the physical polls today, which is why there's such high turnouts projected. We don't know exactly how many people are going to show up in person. We're already getting reports of long lines in Riverside and Sacramento County. And part of that also is the fact that we've had to space voters out a lot. Physical voting has changed a lot this year. One person was telling me anecdotally, in San Francisco, sometimes a polling location would have 3 booths inside of a garage, but you can't do that with the coronavirus. So that 3-booth location has turned into 1 booth. So long lines could be an indication of turnout. It's also just maybe an indication of pandemic-related social distancing. But all around, people think that there's still going to be high numbers coming in at the polls today.
So in the few minutes we have left, can you talk about an understanding that it's still early, but you talked about lines in Riverside, but have there been any have any concerns about voter intimidation materialized? Have there been any demonstrations or flare-ups that you have heard of anywhere in the state so far?
There have been a few, and they haven't been significant as far as I can tell. There was one incident in Citrus Heights earlier today around 11 a.m. Where a maskless woman was yelling at other voters to take off their masks if they didn't need to wear them. I think that issue was taken care of relatively quickly. There's also, I'm sure people know, but in California, the electioneering laws say that you can't wear any political attire or voice your opinion for a politician or a measure within 100 feet of a polling location. That is electioneering, and it's not allowed. So there have been scattered reports of people wearing like T-shirts with a political message on it or hats with a political message on it, but not there. I think that some people were concerned that there would be a sort of coordinated effort to intimidate people at the polls, and so far that hasn't been borne out. Yeah.
Sure. Well, Laura, I want to thank you for your time on a very busy night and for your great work at the Bee. We'll let you get back to work. That concludes this segment, and when we gather again at 8 p.m., the pace of the evening will undoubtedly quicken. The polls will have closed in California at 8 p.m. We will get the first numbers in critical state and local races. We may even have more clarity on the presidential race, and who knows what else. Remember that you can still subscribe to our subscriber-only interview with Mayor Steinberg at 10:30 p.m. We will come back at 8 p.m. to connect with the great Jack Oman, Pulitzer Prize-winning cartoonist with the Bee, and one of the great characters of Sacramento. We hope you will join us again at 8 p.m. Bye for now. Welcome back to the Bee's live election special. I am Marcos Bertone, columnist for the Sacramento Bee and host for your evening. Okay, we're at a critical moment in the 2020 election. It is 8 p.m. and the polls have closed in California. Returns are coming in from the eastern and central time zones of our nation, and very soon we will get the first numbers from statewide and local races. We will bring you breaking news if we have it during this time block, but until then, I am honored to be joined by our next guest. And in reality, Jack Ullman needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway. He is the Pulitzer Prize-winning editorial cartoonist of the Sacramento Bee. He is, in my humble opinion, the best editorial cartoonist in the nation. Jack is also the deputy California opinion editor of the Bee and one of the great characters of Sacramento. Hello, Jack.
I don't believe I've ever seen you in a blue suit and a tie before. I'm completely shocked by this. And
I think we both look like two very handsome gentlemen dressed up to work. Yes, my hair is very long as well. My hair is actually quite ridiculous at this point, but we won't focus our segment on that. Listen, before we talk about your creative process and kind of what a cartoonist does on an evening like this, I'm reminded that you're a great JFK guy, a great admirer of his. For the purposes or to assist maybe some of our audience members who are feeling some anxiety right now, when was that particular race called? 1960, Jack Kennedy against Richard Nixon.
Well, Jack Kennedy went to bed at 3 a.m. in Massachusetts, and he did not know whether he had been elected or not. Minnesota was still out, California was still out, and that was back in the day when it was pretty much a Republican state, and Nixon carried California and Oregon and Washington, and there was no blue wall out here.
Hard to believe now, but yeah.
So I don't think they really called that race until about 10 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, so we need to let people count the votes.
Right. I mean, particularly in this environment where you have all these early votes coming in, and there are 7 counties in Pennsylvania that will not start counting until tomorrow morning at 7. So, I mean, my gut's telling me that Biden's going to win, but I think what happens is in this kind of a media environment and polling environment is that, people accept the outliers on every level. So I think a lot of Biden people were thinking, oh my God, it's going to be a landslide. And, I think it'll be something like 280, Yeah,
I never believed the landslide. I thought that was really overheated, but so the thing is, so you perform many roles at the Bee. You're the deputy California editor. You write, you edit, you help plan the sections sometimes. You help edit the sections sometimes. But your stock in trade is as a cartoonist,
right?
And so, talk to us about your creative process on a night like this when it's going to be a little while before we find out. How do you formulate ideas in that kind of climate?
Well, I'm sorry to say that I've been in this business for 40 years, and I remember like it was yesterday, 2000. And I think that I had, I certainly didn't have a cat crawling behind me.
I can bring my dog in if you like.
He needs a treat. Anyway, that I believe I did 4 different finished cartoons on the election night 2000.
That was Al Gore, George W. Bush.
Right. And so, there it looked like Gore had won because they had called Florida, and then they called it back. And then I did another cartoon of Bush winning. There was something else. And I did, the cartoon that's I'm going to run in the print edition of the Bee tomorrow was not remotely predictive. It was, I had to do something that would hold up no matter what the outcome. And so that's kind of a tough surf. So, I'm covered for tomorrow. I do have a which won't show unless he actually wins. And I do not have a rough worked out on Trump yet, but I have until about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
And to your point about the creative process, you just sit back and watch it all happen, and things occur to you. I was often tell people that I think my number one skill set is coming up with a small phrase. Mm-hmm. And the art is very easy after that. It goes way quicker than you would think. Mm-hmm. So it's, I don't see
the words first for you. Then you have to come up with the phrase first, and then you draw the cartoon.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because, a layman would look at what I would do and think of it as a whole. And I look at it as building blocks or Legos. And so to me, first I have to get the topic. And actually the topic is the hardest part for me. And then, there's some little punchline or something that I'm thinking about. And then I twist it. And then once I have that simple element, and later at 9:45, I can show you some drawings that I've executed, and they really don't take very long. I don't want my editors to know how fast I work, but the reason that I've survived in this business is that I can turn things around rather quickly, and I work on a 2 o'clock deadline. So because I'm 60 years old, I've been getting up at 4:30, 5 o'clock, 5:30 maybe. That's sleeping in. And particularly in the COVID environment, since I'm home and you're not screwing off talking to Marcos Bertone in his office for a while, I get a lot more done earlier, and so that frees me up to do all sorts of stuff, like write editorials about school board.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's 8:07 now. We're going to talk again at 9:45. So in the minute or so that we have left. What's your evening going to be like? How late do you imagine that you'll be up, and how will you kind of put your ideas together?
Well, I don't think this thing is going to be called for days, frankly, at this point. We may have a very good sense of it by midday tomorrow. I think you'll probably be able to tell which way the wind is blowing in Pennsylvania midday tomorrow.
Okay.
So, I don't know how late I'll stay up. I just had a front tooth pulled about 4 hours ago. Okay. So I can't say I'm as peppy as I.
There you go. Yeah, I'm very impressed. Playing hurt.
Yeah. So I don't really have anything to do right now except watch the returns and listen to phrases and listen to analysis. And, if Trump wins, that's a completely different environment, or we don't know what's going on. Maybe I'll do something about pollsters or polling, or whether it's been accurate or not. Or, I can go in a lot of different directions right now.
Sure. So you think the moment of truth for you, the way things are going, might not even come tonight. It'll come probably tomorrow.
I don't see them making a call tonight.
Right. But in terms of when you have to produce your next cartoon, you have until tomorrow afternoon before you have to produce it. So you think it's more likely that you'll be doing the heavy lifting tomorrow morning?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not going to do any more drawing tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's a strange, interesting way to make a living. I'm not writing this evening, at least not that I know of, although that could change. But it's kind of the same thing where you have to be adaptable and ready when that moment comes. And so it ends up involving a lot of waiting and thinking along the way. So
we're like relief pitchers.
Yes.
We just sit in the bullpen all night, and then they call us in the bottom of the ninth to throw hard really fast and get it done. And so that's kind of where I am right now.
Well,
I know you like a good baseball analogy.
Yeah, I love baseball. So Jack, thank you very much for your time. We will see you back here at 9:45 p.m. and we will let you get back to watching the returns. And for the viewers, remember to tune in again at 9 p.m. when I will be joined by Teresa Clift, Sacramento Bee City Hall reporter, who will help us understand two very important ballot measures and two city hall races that could impact Sacramento for years to come. We will see Teresa and you at 9 p.m. But until then, bye for now. And we're back. My name is Marcos Bertone. I'm a columnist with the Sacramento Bee, and I'm your host for the Bee's live election special. So we are joined now by Teresa Clift, who covers City Hall for Sacramento Bee. The City Hall beat has been an active one in this election cycle because of two controversial ballot measures and two City Hall races. Any and all of them could have a big impact on the city for years to come. And we have Teresa here to talk to us about that. Teresa, how are you?
I'm good, Marcos. Coming to you from my kitchen table. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm coming to you from my little home office here. I really miss being in the newsroom, but what are you going to do?
Me
So
too.
listen, I have a bunch of questions prepared for you, but we've got results, so let's go with that first. And in the city, the issue that took up, as I wrote, has sucked a lot of the air out of the room was Measure A, which is sort of dubbed the strong mayor measure. And we got the first batch of numbers that have come in. Why don't you tell our audience what we know now?
Sure, yeah. So it's too early to really definitively call any of the 4 council races, the 2 measures or the 2 council races. But we did get the first batch of results in just about 45 minutes ago. So on Measure A, which is the so-called strong mayor measure, it's actually trailing about 57% to 42%. Again, it's still early. It's too early to call, but you know it's trailing there. And I was looking at the map that shows which parts of the city were voting for it and which were voting against it. And it was kind of interesting because it was kind of looking like the strong mayor measure was not doing very well in the downtown midtown areas, but it was doing well in pockets of North and South Sacramento. So we'll have to keep watching that as the results come in. I think we'll get more around 10 p.m. But that's the count so far on strong mayor.
Very interesting. And the other, now there are 3 measures, so not to ignore one of them, but we will. The redistricting one just hasn't gotten much attention. But Measure C is sort of known as the Sacramento rent control measure. What can you tell us about where the voting is on that one?
Sure. So Measure C, again, in the first batch of results, still too early to call it, but so far Measure C is trailing quite a bit, about 62% to 37%. And it was interesting on that one to look at the map as well of the precincts. It was basically the exact opposite of what we were seeing with Measure A. Basically what we were seeing with Measure C was that those central city, downtown, midtown, where there are a lot of renters, they were pretty much overwhelmingly voting in support of Measure C in favor of stricter rent control, whereas the rest of the city pretty much was voting no.
Interesting. Now let's switch over. We also have 2 city council races. So why don't I let you list them off in whichever order you want to list them in terms of whichever way you want.
Sure. So in District 2, which is North Sacramento, which is Alan Warren's seat, he's been on the council since 2012, I believe, longtime councilman. He is actually, in the early results so far, he is trailing his challenger, grocery store owner, Sean Loloe, is ahead there so far, about 53% to 46%. So again, still too early to call that one as well. But Alan Warren is trailing. He's an incumbent going into his 3rd term. He could be unseated in this race. And then in District 8, which is South Sacramento, it's Councilman Larry Carr is retiring. It's the area that includes Meadowview, Parkway. And so we've got two candidates who are neck and neck there so far in the early results. We've got Mai Vang. She would be the first Hmong councilwoman. She is currently in a very, very slight lead over Pastor Les Simmons, 50% to 49%. They basically split the vote so far in the early results. So again, still too early to call. Sounds like that one we might not know tonight even. That's really close. So we'll keep watching the next results come out at 10, and we'll keep updating SacBee.com.
Okay, so let's cover all these. Let's sort of do a lightning round here, covering. So let's go to Measure A, and so it's about changing the way Sacramento is governed. But if you read the measure, and I did, it's pretty wonkish. And yet Measure A really inspired a really strong opposition and strong feelings. What were some of the main arguments against Measure A? And if you wouldn't mind just also explaining a little bit about what would change if Measure A were passed, even though it's looking slim that it will.
Sure. So Measure A would overhaul the structure of the city of Sacramento government. So it is wonky, like you said, Marcos, but the basic long and short of it is that currently our system of government, the mayor is basically just like another member of the city council. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have a whole lot of additional powers under our structure of government. This measure would change our structure of government so the mayor would become essentially the chief executive. He would no longer have a seat on the city council. He would be no longer a voting member, but he would have veto power over actions, including line items of the budget. And then the council would be able to overturn his vetoes with a 2/3 vote. He would also be able to create the budget. Currently, the city manager does that. And he would get a lot more power, so to speak. And the reason that the group that's opposing the measure list in opposition to the measure a variety of things, but the tested and true phrase that they use here and that they also used back in 2014 under a similar measure is a quote unquote power grab, saying that in this case, Mayor Darrell Steinberg is trying to do a power grab here. He's trying to take power essentially from the city council. And the other side would say, no, it actually gives more power to the city council. You actually have a 9th seat added, which we can get into a little bit later. But another common criticism of the measure is that no one person should have that much power, that it should be spread around more among the city. Another common criticism was that the measure also had $40 million set aside each year that the city would be required to spend on inclusive economic development and youth. No matter what the rest of the state of the city budget was in, it would have to spend that amount each year. And it would also have to do a variety of other measures to aim at improving equity and transparency. And of course, the proponents said that those things would all help uplift Sacramento's disadvantaged neighborhoods, while the opponents said that actually the way that the language was written, those items wouldn't actually, it's not guaranteed that those items would actually help or be implemented in a strong enough way. And that it was essentially added as sweeteners to the deal to get folks in disadvantaged neighborhoods to approve it.
And tell our viewers, who were the primary opponents of Measure A?
Yeah, the primary opponents that were opposing Measure A, the big one was the Sacramento area firefighters, local. They were opposing it mostly because of that $40 million set aside. They were concerned about that. They called it, ballot box budgeting, and they actually flipped. From 2014, they supported it.
Yeah, they did.
This time they opposed it because of that $40 million set aside, and also a variety of other concerns. They were on the list. Also, you had the Sacramento County Democratic Party Central Committee. They opposed it. Incoming City Councilman Katie Valenzuela, she opposed it. League of Women Voters. Those were some of the main ones.
Sure. And what was the primary argument that Mayor Steinberg and his allies used for why it was necessary? Because he really, even though the mayor, if this had passed, the mayor would take powers that the city manager had, the Mayor Steinberg went out of his way not to criticize the current city manager, which I think some people felt was kind of confusing. I'm not going to ask you about that part, but what were some of the arguments that Steinberg and his allies made for why this was necessary right now?
Yeah, Steinberg, throughout the course of the campaign, would often talk about the need to speed things up, to make things go faster in City Hall, especially the homeless crisis. He made the case that if voters were to approve Measure Measure A, flashback there 2 years ago.
Yes, yes.
That if voters were to approve it, he could actually use his new power, so to speak, to move things along when it comes to the homeless crisis. He gave an example of a homeless shelter that took over a year to open in Meadowview. He said if he was a strong mayor, he'd be able to move faster. Things sort of behind the scenes. After a council approves something, the things that sort of happen that the public can't always see that are happening, in city bureaucracy, be able to kind of speed things along, pick priorities, knock out the things he wanted to do. So he listed homelessness. He also listed as an example, because this was being presented during the coronavirus pandemic, which was controversial in itself, but because that's when they presented it, he also used an example saying that if he had been a strong mayor, he would have been able to require City of Sacramento residents to wear masks a month or more before Gavin Newsom required it statewide. Yes, he wanted to. Of course, there's, the other side has their own responses to those. The city, the mask thing never came for a vote, so. Yeah. But yeah, those are some of the examples that the mayor was citing in the last few months.
So Measure C, kind of wonkish in its own way, but let's be sure to explain to the viewers. So you tell me if I misstate this, that the city council passed its own rent control ordinance, but some of the folks who were in favor of putting Measure C on the ballot didn't feel that the city's version went far enough to protect renters, so they created Measure C. So is that an accurate assessment? All right.
Yeah, pretty much. Technically, the advocates created the ballot measure before the city ordinance, but
very true.
No. But you got the basics. Yeah.
Yeah, very true. So, but it was basically a disagreement in terms of how far rent control should go. So, what does Measure C have that went further than how far the city went?
Right. So Measure C would have limited landlords from raising rent on tenants by a smaller amount versus the version that the city passed and now has been partly superseded by the state law. Also caps rent increases per every year, but the percentage is roughly 5% plus inflation. And the percentage for Measure C would have been just the inflation figure, the only level they could raise it. And so that would be the difference there. There's also a number of other wonky differences. One of the most controversial pieces of Measure C would be to create a rent board that's mostly elected body of folks who are independent, who would get to decide rent cap increases. They would get to hear specific cases between landlords and tenants, and they'd be able to have some subpoena power and things like that, and really be the driving force of the measure as well. And that's, from what I understand, that there's a similar situation that works that way in several other cities, such as San Francisco and Berkeley.
Yeah, those tend to be easier to pass in coastal cities or in the Bay Area, but it seemed like that there was a lot of, well, my interpretation was that it seemed like there was a lot of concern about having this whole other body of people who would have authority that the city council wouldn't have, and that if the numbers continue this way, it was kind of a bridge too far for some people. So let's focus. We have a few minutes left. Let's focus on the city council races. Let's take the really tight one first. The South Sacramento race between Mai Vang and Pastor Les Simmons. It's separated by what, less than 100 votes at this point? I mean, it's very, very tight. What were your impressions of covering that race?
Right. That race is a really interesting one. Mai Vang has been on the Sac City Unified School Board. She's the oldest of 16 siblings, I believe. Grew up in a poor immigrant Hmong family in Meadowview and Oak Park. And she's pretty progressive. She's kind of aligned herself recently with Katie Valenzuela, who recently was elected onto the Sacramento City Council, and Valenzuela is a democratic socialist, self-described, and so they're both in their mid-30s, you know, so it's going to be interesting. And then the other candidate in that race is Pastor Les Simmons. He has been a long-time activist in the Black community. Specifically, he's been active in the peaceful protests against the shootings of unarmed Black men in the area, and really been making an effort the last few years to keep those efforts peaceful. He also does a lot for the youth in Meadowview area. He and his family have the Cal Skate facility. Yeah. They've renovated, and it's got activities and mentoring and all kinds of things. So they're both very well known in the Meadowview area. They both have a lot of endorsements. The campaign spending on both sides has been pretty close. It's been a long fought race down there in Meadowview. Both of them have really strong grassroots campaigns. And so it's going to be interesting to see which way that one goes.
And the other race before we go was in Del Paso Heights. And I think I've studied this recently. As earlier in March, Steve Hansen, running in the Land Park area, ran for his third term and had a legit opponent, and he lost. And then, I'm not going to turn into the grandpa here and go back in years, but it's happened before where if you're going to run for a third term in Sacramento, you had better hope either one that you're very popular and effective, or two, that you don't have a really legit opponent. And it seems like that Alan Warren ran into an opponent who maybe is a little more formidable than he thought.
Yeah, perhaps. Sean Loloe, still learning really about him. I think voters are, but he is the owner of a grocery store in Del Paso Heights. That, of course, is a disadvantaged neighborhood that really doesn't have a lot of grocery stores, a lot of access to fresh foods. They call it a food desert. And he's opened a grocery store there called Viva Supermarkets, and he has a second one in the district as well. And so he's made it a point to hire locally, according to his website, specifically from North Sacramento, and to help the community there. It's going to be interesting, like you said, to see if we see another council member seeking a third term get unseated. You'd know better than me, but I think maybe in prior years before 2020, we didn't see that a whole lot. So I think it's gonna be interesting to see if Sean Loloe can keep his lead over Alan Warren here and win, or whether Alan Warren remains the councilman there for the third term.
Well, Teresa, thank you very much for your time and for your excellent reporting. We will let you get back to work. And at this point, we need to let our audience know that we will return at 9:45 p.m. We'll return quickly at 9:45 p.m. to visit again with Jack Oman and check in with him. The pace of the election, both nationally, statewide, and locally, is quickening. The results are coming in, and at this point, election night 2020 is in full swing. We will check back with you at 9:45 p.m. with Jack Oman. So bye for now. And we're back. So let's reset everything at this moment quickly. My name is Marcos Bertone. I'm a columnist with the Sacramento Bee, and I'm your host for the Bee's live election special. At the top of the hour, at 10 o'clock, two things will happen. We will talk to two reporters who've covered two of the more controversial state initiatives on the ballot. And we will get a fresh batch of numbers, state and local numbers for all the key races, and we will try to disseminate them as best we can for you in that time frame. Then at 10:30, we will have an exclusive interview with Mayor Darrell Steinberg that will be for Bee subscribers only, and there is a way still for you to subscribe at this hour to be able to watch. So with that said, let's bring in my dear friend Jack Oman, Pulitzer Prize winning editorial cartoonist for the Sacramento Bee. And Jack, so it's 9:46 at this point. So I'm looking at the map of the United States, and it is looking like we can say one thing definitively, and that's any discussion of a landslide was incorrect. And so, but what I'm leaning to is this. So, frankly, if there had been a landslide, that makes your cartoon somewhat easier, I would imagine. But now we're still waiting, and so I'd like to talk to you in the time that we have about the times where you have had to thread that needle, where you're in the creative process that is marked by deadline pressure, which I would say, to people who have not experienced it, it is not easy. It's really a high wire act, both for writers and for cartoonists. And so, can you talk to us about the times where you've been in that situation as you are now, and how, in those split-second decisions that you have to make sometimes, how they play with our audience, who are divided pretty evenly in terms of Republicans and Democrats?
Well, I don't think about the audience per se. I would drive myself crazy if I thought about, okay, well, the Bee readership is 42% Republican and 58% Democratic. I just do what I think and I put it out there. And, quite frankly, I mean, I've been just as critical of California Democrats as I have been of Donald Trump, although some of my Donald Trump correspondents seem to forget that. So, I try to be ecumenical, and I also am trying to be intellectually honest, and in the sense that I think Donald Trump is a catastrophe, and that's okay for me to think that. And when somebody writes in and says, "Oh, you're not being fair," well, if you kind of even it all out over the course of a number of years, then you'll see that Gavin Newsom gets his, and I took a very hard shot at Senator Feinstein the other day, and it all kind of evens out. So having said that, how do I thread that needle? By being intellectually honest, frankly. And I can defend every single thing that I do, and I'm happy to do so. And that's my job. I'm not a reporter. I'm an opinion journalist, and I can have an opinion.
So it's early in the process. You probably won't be doing your next cartoon until tomorrow, unless inspiration hits us. We never know when it will. But how would you describe kind of impressions that you have of the election as we see it so far?
Well, we're I think we've got a much clearer picture now. In the sense that we now know it's not going to be a landslide. We now know that Trump is not going to lose probably Florida and Ohio. I think Ohio's definitely been called.
Yes.
So now we've got, a textbook close election.
Ooh.
And we actually, the Hillary Clinton election was rather close in some ways. And we had one in 303 electoral votes and won by 100,000 on the national popular vote. And Carter was 297 to 240 with a faithless elector. So, you know, this is not completely out of the realm of possibility. And then, of course, we had 2000. So, you know, it seems to be kind of a 20-year cycle. And, you know, the second we get rid of the Electoral College, and we should get rid of the Electoral College, we're not going to have problems like this, where the guy with the most votes wins in every other election, except for the United States, where we have this, you know, slave plantation, you know, 1789 industrialist view of having a check on the real people who are, you know, directly voting. And then there, you know, I think particularly if Biden wins, you're going to see massive electoral restructuring in this country. And quite frankly, it's so long overdue.
So how do those thoughts that you're having now kind of, I mean, have you begun to put some thoughts together, would you say, in terms of
Sure.
what the cartoon would say?
Well, maybe I should have answered your original question. I forgot what it was. No, my process would be, you know, ambiguity is bad for any opinion journalist.
Very much so.
And so I have to think about, okay, well, you know, we're on a 24-hour news cycle at the Sacramento Bee. We post immediately when we get the ideas. I mean, I tend to be more tied, just for sanity's sake, to, you know, the print edition deadline. But, you know, I've certainly done more than 5 cartoons in a week and posted them online. And so it's not out of the realm of possibility. So what I'm thinking about now is, you know, now that I know that ambiguity is the theme, I can do 1,000 different ideas about ambiguity, right? And so I also know that it's going to be posted immediately, and, you know, for probably other print newspapers that I'm syndicated to by the Washington Post Writers Group, you know, it'll get there on time because they move at the sound of light now. When I started in cartooning in 1980, we would have a stack of envelopes this high, and they would land at, you know, the Columbus Dispatch or whatever newspaper 3 days later.
Yeah. I was in high school in 1980. Which
I was only 20.
Young in this group, but in the people who are waiting in the wings to speak to me now, it definitely does not make me young. So I think I would speak for all of our viewers to say I can't wait to see what you're going to produce. For this, I want to thank you for your time and for your great work as always. And we will let you get back to watching the election returns, and good luck with your inspiration. And for the viewers, I would say that this break that we're taking right now is going to be brief. We will return in about 7 minutes time at the top of the hour to discuss 2 controversial state ballot initiatives with 2 reporters who covered them. So until that time, this is Marcos Bertone of the Sacramento Bee. Bye for now. Okay, Marcos Bertone, Sacramento Bee, and your host for the Bee's live election 2020 event, welcoming you back to our special. So we're going to do two things right now. We're going to bring on two excellent new reporters to the Sacramento Bee, and they will each talk about two different controversial state ballot measures. We'll bring them on one at a time, and during that time, we'll do our best to bring you up to date as to where some of the numbers are on the state. So first, let's bring in Kim Bajorquez. Kim covers California's Latino communities for the Sacramento Bee and Report for America, an initiative of the Ground Truth Project. Before joining the Bee in 2020, Kim worked as a reporter for the Deseret News in Salt Lake City, Utah. Welcome, Kim.
Hello, how are you?
Good, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
So I just refreshed here for Prop 16. So I'm not sure if the numbers have changed, and so we'll look. But have you been keeping up on where the numbers are?
Yeah, it's something that's been changing every few minutes, but right now, the no on campaign is leading 54% to 45%. So right now, the opposition is 10% or 10 percentage points ahead. Right.
So it's a fairly substantial wedge. Obviously, nothing is being called yet, but the numbers, I can't say that they're surprising, but they are interesting. So it's a complex issue, Prop 16. So if you could tell the viewers kind of what Prop 16 has been trying to do and why.
Yeah, so Prop 16 would repeal a 1996 ballot measure that was introduced as Proposition 209. And when that was passed by California voters, it barred government institutions from granting preferential treatments or discriminating against a candidate based on their race, sex, ethnicity in areas of public employment, education, and contracting.
And I remember Prop 209. I'm not ashamed to say that I was a reporter at the Sacramento Bee in 1996. I remember it vividly. And but you can say that the electorate in California is far more diverse today than it is in the 1990s. And yet 16 ran into some real challenges. Can you talk about what those challenges were?
Yeah, so supporters say that Proposition 16, the ballot language of that proposition was confusing to some voters, and they wish that they had had more time to educate voters. I spoke to Assemblywoman Gonzalez this evening about, how close the race looked right now. And, she said that she wished that there had been more time to educate voters about the proposition.
Yeah, it's also a very touchy issue in that it speaks to creating opportunities for people, and that really is an issue that's fraught. Why, if Proposition 16 goes down, what do its supporters? What do you think its supporters will make of that if it goes down?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, when I was talking to opponents of Prop 16, they said that they felt that everything was going against their campaign. They thought that because the campaign for Prop 16 had outraised millions of more dollars, because it was in a state like California, where there's a large percentage of people of color, and because the campaign had a little bit of more time, they felt that this was a very uphill battle. But, as we've seen polls that showed that Prop 16 has always trailed among California voters, according to public polls conducted.
And what were some of the arguments that were made by the opposition against 16 as to why it wasn't needed?
Yeah, so opponents of 16 have said that it would increase discrimination, that it would be a very divisive proposition, and that people should be looked at their merit and not their race.
Mm. Yeah, those are very, not to sound like a grandpa, okay, but that sounds very similar to some of the things that were said back in 1996 when I was here. Who were some of the primary opponents of 16?
Yeah, so what's interesting, and maybe the reason why you think that the same arguments are being used, is because you have the same strategists that are working this year against Prop 16 that existed, in 1986 against Prop 209. So one of the most vocal opponents of Prop 16 has been former UC Regent Ward Connerly, and Arnold Steinfeld has also been in the opposition team.
Yeah, they got the band back together. From '96. So the arguments were that considering race and ethnicity in admissions, in contracting, and in hiring, that by doing so, it creates discrimination as opposed to eliminates discrimination, and that was the argument that they made.
Yeah, that's one of the main arguments.
Yeah, and the proponents. Why did the proponents want to do this now? What led them to want to make this pitch now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's so much that happened this year regarding, the nation having a national dialogue about racial reparations and racial injustices that are occurring in this country. In particular, we've seen COVID-19 have a detrimental impact on Latino communities, and that's also underscored some racial disparities that people of color see. And, we can't ignore the civil unrest caused by the police killing of George Floyd. And, Democratic lawmakers really felt that now was the time, if ever, to bring it back to a new generation of Californians.
Yes, and so it's interesting. Prop 209 came up in 1996, 2 years after Proposition 187, which really targeted the undocumented. And 187, though it also was passed by California voters, eventually stalled in the courts and died, while 209 remains the law. Before I let you go, in your reporting, was there a discussion among the supporters of 16 in terms of not just why it was needed, but what were whether admissions, contracting were still the numbers of people of color were still deficient in those areas? Yeah,
so one of the arguments that I've seen from opponents of Prop 16 is that, the UC system this summer, they announced their largest class of Latino students admitted in its history. And, while that's an impressive number, when you look at supporters say that while that's impressive, when you look at the graduation rates of Latinos or students of color, they don't quite match the same graduation rates as their white counterparts. So proponents say that there's still a long way to go towards achieving racial equity when it comes to public admissions.
There is, and so we will leave it there. Kim, we want to thank you very much for your time and for your reporting. And I would also say welcome to the Sacramento Bee. You're off to a great start already. We're happy that you're here, and we will let you get back to work. So we're going to carry on now with another one of my new colleagues. He is brand new, as a matter of fact. John Park is the Sacramento Bee's Capital Bureau reporter. He joined the Bureau in 2020 as part of the paper's community-funded equity lab. John covers economic inequality, focusing on how the state's policies affect working people. Welcome, John.
Hi, good evening. How's it going?
It's going. So you have Proposition 22, and let me refresh my computer as we're sitting here talking. Are you able to look at the most recent numbers right now, or do you want me to read them?
I have it right now in front of me.
Why don't you tell our viewers where Prop 22 is right now?
Right now, Prop 22 has 57.6% in support, 42.4% against, with about less than 10 million ballots counted. I've actually seen some media outlets actually calling the race. I think the Washington Post and NBC have called the race. We use AP, which haven't called the race yet. But because this is such a high interest initiative, some of the media outlets have gotten involved in calling this race. So that's kind of where things are at the moment in terms of the ballot proposition.
So whereas the last proposition I was talking about dealt with race and ethnicity, this one deals with how we work and how we get paid for how we work. So can you tell our viewers what was the purpose for 22? What did its backers seek to achieve by putting it forward?
So the backers seek to achieve by putting Prop 22 forward to have the drivers for companies like Uber, Lyft, Postmate, Instacart, DoorDash, those 5 companies were the big contributors to Prop 22. To have the drivers for those 5 companies and other app-based companies considered as independent contractors. And what that really means in a nutshell is that they will not be considered as employees, and which means that they will not be eligible for some of the benefits such as paid sick leave and unemployment insurance and other things such as minimum wage. Having said that, what the backers said Prop 22 will do is that it will protect the driver's flexibility by giving them more option in terms of having them work for multiple apps at the same time. A lot of Uber drivers also drive for Lyft at the same time, for instance, as well as giving drivers more flexibility in terms of when they can log on. So backers have asserted that if Prop 22 failed and the labor law kicks in, the drivers have to sign up for shift, and the drivers don't want that. Drivers want to log in whenever they can and want to log off whenever they can. So the backers have said that Prop 22 will provide that flexibility for the drivers. But obviously, the critics of Prop 22 have critiqued that quite a bit.
So Uber and Lyft spent quite a bit of money on this campaign, but they also engaged in some pretty interesting tactics to promote Prop 2. Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, I mean, it's been definitely an interesting campaign to cover as the first time covering statewide races. So I think that a lot of the push that those companies have made is through the apps that millions of Californians use every day. I mean, I think I got something delivered through Postmate like last week, right? We all get our rides through Uber and Lyft. We all get, our food through DoorDash, Postmate, so forth. And what those app companies have been doing is that they've been pushing a lot of the Pro 22 message to the users of those apps. They've been saying what could happen if Prop 22 fail. It could lead to drastic increase in the cost of rides or cost of food delivery. It could lead to people getting laid off, which, again, critics dispute that very heavily, which we can talk about a little later. But that's been the strategy. And in fact, in one case, the drivers actually sued Uber because drivers believed that Uber was pushing the Yes on 22 message to them heavily. For instance, the drivers, before they they log on, they had to see this Yes on 22 message and had to tap OK to get rid of it. And drivers felt that that was very coercive of those companies. The courts ultimately ruled in favor of those companies because they had believed that nobody suffered harm in this. But it definitely opens up to an interesting discussion about what tech companies can do in the future, right? What tech companies can, and how tech companies can push their message across in the fights that they will have. I mean, who wanted to stop Google from doing something similar or other companies from doing something similar, right? So it's been an interesting measure to follow in that regard, and it could set a model for how some of the campaigns may change politically in California and elsewhere going forward.
Who were the major opponents, the major people who were trying to stop Uber and Lyft on this?
It definitely had to be labor unions. I mean, they had contributed more than $10 million or so fighting this measure, which is a chump change to more than $200 million that those companies have spent. But the argument in terms of why they oppose Prop 22 is that it denies basic rights such as paid sick leave, unemployment insurance, and minimum wage. And even though Prop 22 guarantees minimum earnings guarantee, that's different from minimum wage, because Prop 22 says you will be paid at least 120% of minimum wage for the time that you spend driving and picking up passenger, which is very different from the time that you spend on the app, because you spend a lot of time cleaning, waiting for rides. Those will not be compensated under Prop 22. So the critics have basically said Prop 22 will not guarantee drivers minimum wage and will leave drivers in this kind of a third-class situations in which they will not benefit. And also a lot of the critics have pointed out that it will take 7 days of the legislature to change the initiative or another ballot measure, which it's a high hill to climb for the opponents to modify. So they have said, why do you have to lock this in, this situation for those workers, given where we are right now with this inequity that we see in the state?
So, as you said, there are some publications that have called this race. Associated Press, therefore the Sacramento Bee, has still not called this race. But what would the failure of Prop 22 mean, do you think?
It's highly unlikely, right, at this point. But if Prop 22 did fail, the AB 5 would kick in likely. The recent courts have ruled that the drivers will have to be classified as employees for those companies such as Uber, Lyft, and Postmates, and Instacart, and so forth. And I don't think they will likely budge on those ruling if Prop 22 fails, which means that those drivers will have to be considered employees, and they should be guaranteed of the rights from minimum wage for the all hours they work, to pay sick leave, unemployment insurance, paying for health insurance, all of those. Uber and Lyft have said that they may have to leave some parts of the state, more rural parts of the state, think Central Valley, not the Bay Area, because they may not be able to shoulder the cost of providing those benefits to those drivers. And Uber and Lyft have also said that the cost of using those services may go up drastically, and they may have to cut a lot of the drivers. Having said that, the critics have argued that that's not going to happen, that Uber and Lyft will not abandon parts of California, given California is one of the biggest market, if not the biggest market statewide in the country for those apps. And that their argument is that those companies can eat a lot of, or can shoulder a lot of the burden instead of just passing it off to the customers. So that's been the argument that the critics have made in terms of the debatable Prop 22.
Well, Zhang, I want to thank you for your time and for your reporting. And as I said to Kim, I want to welcome you to the Bee. And I hope that this is the first of many times that we appear in this venue. And we'll let you get back to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So we are at about 10:18 right now. We are going to take a quick break. And then our next interview will be at 10:30. It'll be an exclusive interview with Mayor Darrell Steinberg. That particular interview will be available for Sacramento Bee subscribers only. There is a way that you can subscribe. There's information on the screen in front of you right now. We hope that you do. I think you'll enjoy the interview. And as part of subscribing, you'll also be supporting local journalism in Sacramento. So we hope that you'll join us then. We'll be back in about 12 minutes time. We appreciate you watching. Bye for now.